Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Juan?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
Rainer, can we begin, please? Good morning. Welcome to the final day of the GPA First Inaugural Congress, Mental Health in a Globalized World. I am pleased to announce one of our founding members of the Global Psychiatric Association, Dr. Yasir Arafat. He will talk about panic buying during the pandemic. Now, anytime you want, please, dear Yasir.
So, thanks, Joan, for your present introduction. Could you please check that the slides are properly been viewed? Then I can start.
Yes, we can see them. Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you very much for introducing me. Dear respected dignitaries, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Uh, I welcome all to my presentation in the inaugural Congress of Global Psychiatric Association. Mental health in this globalized world has been made as the theme of this Congress. And I am Dr. S.M. Yasir Arafat. I have been working as Assistant Professor of Psychiatry in Enam Medical College, Bangladesh. So honestly, I get familiar regarding the concept of panic buying uh, and the term as well, as I believe that everyone in this COVID era have been conceptualized and come across this concept. During this COVID-19, honestly, I see the plenty of reports. identifying the panic buying. Uh, and I'm fortunate to have some brilliant colleagues. Uh, those collaborated to extend the research horizon in in the panic buying. Perhaps the first report was published from Malaysia, and subsequently we see the hundreds of reports during this COVID-19. So recently, on recent systematic review, identified that the majority of the reports have been published during the COVID-19. So the in a systematic review done in December 2020, that identified 42 articles, and among them 36 was published in during the COVID. And in a very recent systematic review that is under review, we identified on 42 articles on panic buying, and only 15 articles are identified before this COVID-19 pandemic. Uh, in this presentation, I will briefly go through the historical overview, the definition of panic buying, or defining the process of defining the behavior, the human psychology and the attributing factors, the environmental influence, and the interaction between human psychology and environmental adversities, proposed positive model, and academic overlaps between the several disciplines, challenges of studying the panic buying, and the ultimate goal is to the preventive strategies of panic buying. So, historically, I believe it's a universal phenomenon, and perhaps it has been present since the history. Since, however, we found the evidences from panic buying of Great Famine of England and Wales in 1315 to 1317. It was also noticed in Spanish flu in 1918, in 1968, in the flu pandemic, and Coke crisis in 1985, the missile crisis, and also during this COVID-19 pandemic, we got at least 93 countries, and I believe it may be across the all countries in the world. So it's a universal phenomenon persisting from the early time of the civilization, and is somehow common during the environmental adversities. So during this COVID-19 pandemic, we really look for the definitions of panic buying, and we feel that there are somewhat extreme doubt discussing the definition and several perspectives of panic buying. We propose a definition in that it may refer to a phenomenon of sudden increase in buying of one or more essential goods in excess of regular need, and usually provoked by the adversity, usually by a disaster or outbreak, resulting in an imbalance between demand and supply. So, if we see the component of the definition, yes, certainly there is a sudden increase in buying, usually by a group of people, and the broad goods are essential goods necessary to survive during the pandemic, or during the pandemic or the adverse situations, or they usually buy in excess of regular needs and provoked by the adversity, usually disaster or outbreak, and resulting in the imbalance of supply and demand. So, if the excessive buying of some people or group of people or individual people doesn't create a imbalance between the supply and demand, as per this definition, that would not be a panic buying. So grossly, a group of people will strive for buying the necessary goods or some sort of important, perceived important goods that will ultimately create the further scarcity and hamper the supply chain. That creates again fear among the people and perceived scarcity, and the cycle goes on. So the how human psychology is linked with the panic buying and how it can be controlled or attributed by the human psychology. The first systematic review conducted by the UN and his colleagues and published in May 2020, the systematic review identified four major areas of uh, reasons for panic buying, that is psychological aspects of panic buying. Number one, that is the perception. Number two, fear of unknown. Number three, that is coping behavior. And number four, the social factors. So this is the four gross areas identified and linked with the human psychology attributing to the panic buying behavior. So the first one is the perception, and that is the perceived threat and perceived scarcity. Perhaps there might not have the real threat or real scarcity, but people in an environment can perceive as a threat and scarcity. That creates further loss aversion, anticipation of stock out, anticipated regret, this sort of psychological reactions. And secondly, the fear of unknown. What happens during the pandemic or any adversities? Usually, people don't know what will happen in future, and also during at the initial phase of this COVID-19, people really don't know what will happen regarding the insane number of cases, the infection rate, severity of cases, and the fatality rate. Also, the people don't exactly know the outcome as well as the newer virus. So certainly that will that has been creating a fear of unknown. What will happen, and it has several components regarding the effective response. What will happen? People become fear. People are lost, and people become anxious, emotionally distressed, and fear of purchasing failure, life event induced stressor, and the mood congruency. That happens. In response of this fear, people usually try to cope this behavior mm, of this unknown situation and the adversity. So how they cope? Usually people mm, uh, uh, use the panic buying behavior by the avoiding coping strategy, avoiding the adverse stimulus, and the emotion focus strategies. Usually, those people have the lack of control, and certainly there is a strong component influencing the social and psychological aspect. That is when my neighbors are buying something and being panicked, then the people become panicked, and they are also influenced to or buy the same types of goods and to procure the similar behavior. So that is also influenced by some sort of factors, that is social capital, social identity, social support, and social trust, as well as the trust to the authority. So how people trust to the administrative authority that they can cope the challenge. And again, people may feel that coercive social influence. My neighbor is buying, so I will have to buy. This is an uh, hypothetical or proposed mechanisms of panic buying. Uh, the authors mention here the number one or the topmost reason, that is the perceived scarcity. People feel that their necessary goods will be limited, or there is higher chances of stock out. Secondly, they feel that the perceived sense of losing control over the environment or the surroundings due to the environmental adversity. And as the same consequence, people have the perceived feeling of insecurity and instability of certain situations. If we can explain it with the COVID-19 situation, we can clearly understand that at the initial phase or the during declaration of the lockdown, so people usually don't know what will happen in the future. So in that situation, it's very natural to feel insecure and unstable. And certainly there might have the social learning effect. My neighbors are buying, then I will have to buy. And authors also mentioned some very basic primitive instinct, that is survival instinct. A person have to buy because of his survival. And during the pandemic, during the emergency, we don't know what will happen, so for our survival we need to buy. Lately, certainly there is a trust issue between the administrative authority and the general people. That is, if the people believe that the administrative authority, public health authority, or the government can manage the situation very smartly, then they become less panicked, and they intend to buy lesser amount of goods. Uh, that Subsequently, anticipation of the scarcity of the resources, that is to cope up the environmental uh, adversities. People may feel that we will not have the resources if we don't collect it. And uh, in this modern era and globalized world, that is media reporting has a fundamental role on panic buying. It has certainly bidirectional role. It can control the panic buying by encouraging the people not to buy or promoting the potentially helpful characteristics. And and at the same time, it can increase the panic buying in an opposite direction by promoting the negative characteristics of panic buying, by distributing and the disseminating of panic situation, the empty shelves. So we conducted an empirical study. That is, we assessed the media reports during the pandemic, and we identified that uh, the reports mentioned. We analyzed the media reports; those mentioned the attributing factors or factors responsible for panic buying. What we got, that is the sense of scarcity, or the highest number of responses. 75% of the reports mentioned that people buy higher amount of goods, essential goods, due to a sense of perceived scarcity. Then there might have increased demand because of people are buying more, and they also that creates a further panic, and that panic ultimately leads to the increased demand. About 66% of the reports mention that increased demand as an important factor. Thirdly, we found that the importance of the product, that is the necessity of the product, how essential of the product is to face the pandemic. And at the fourth place, we found the anticipation of the price hike, that if we don't buy this time, then the price will be increased uh, in future. That's why people buy the goods. The COVID-19 factors, that is the rumor, psychological health seeking behavior, uncertainty, anxiety reduction, social learning, lack of trust, and the declaration of lockdown has the lower attribution to explain the responsible factors of panic buying. So this is the first qualitative study conducted by Samuel Lins and colleagues. The study was conducted in mm, Portugal. They found the several important factors, that is internal factors, that is anxiety, the monetary value, that is the product can be the price can be increased, the product characteristics, that is already covered in the previous articles, that is the product is usually linked to the environmental mm, adversity, that is during COVID we see that the toilet tissue and the staples, necessary food items, these are, so people usually buy the goods, those are necessary during the adversities. Situational factors, that could have been the lockdown, declaration of lockdown, and people cannot go outside at a certain period or lockdown period, and type of products, early involvement, and the social values. So we conducted a systematic review to identify the model-driven factors. So what we identified, we assessed we assess the existing published papers, and we look into the papers those explain any model of panic buying. So we divided it into the models. Those have empirical assessment, and those have the only proposed models. So how do we identified some important factors. The as an individual psychological factors, it has been identified that the depression, distress, and anxiety, prior psychiatric disorder, that is fear or anxiety related to health and disease, death, perceived social arousal or stress, perceived scarcity, perception of risk. These are the individual factors. So we also identified some other factors like demographic factors. Older age was related to more panic buying behavior, presence of children in the household. That can be explained that the presence of children are the sources of certain uh, fixed and necessary goods that should be ensured in time, and a higher income can be attributed by the people, by those who have the adequate income and those who have the money present to expend. The some studies identified the materialism and individualism, and certainly the local and community factors as the social contagion, that is social learning theory. Regarding the disease-related factor, we identified both the COVID and non-COVID papers, and we found that certainly COVID or adverse stimuli is related with that, and there are some other variables like the local, national, and international pandemic severity, that is isolation or lockdown, and loss of income due to the pandemic. The very vital factors that has been identified as media, that is we discussed earlier, and the social media, the mainstream mass media as well as the social media has fundamental importance on the panic buying behavior. Supply related factor, that is actual or threatened lockdown, that can provide any clue that supply would be hindered, that creates the panic buying behavior. And government related factor, that is internal restriction, stimulus measures, and any special focus to ensure the supply could reduce the panic buying behavior. So we proposed a positive model on panic buying, interacting the human environment and the human psychology. So, as per the reports available and empirical studies conducted, or we can trace that there is certainly an adverse stimuli to stimulate the panic buying behavior, and we consider it as a primary factor to initiate the panic buying behavior that is shaped by the individual psychological construct and reaction, as well as the existing psychiatric disorder, the information system, that is media, how media has been depicting it, including the social media, and thirdly, that is socio-political influence, how the government and the authority has been maintaining the issue, or the how people has the confidence on that the government could ensure it properly. So these three factors we consider as the secondary factors, and there are some tertiary factors that closely interlinked with the secondary factors. That is sense of scarcity, high product demand, importance of the product, and anticipation of the price hike. We believe after the primary factor, the panic buying behavior started, and those are shaped by the secondary factors. Then the secondary factors creates and the panic buying behavior as well creates the tertiary factors. And across the duration, there is close interaction between the primary, between the secondary as well as the tertiary factors. So our model, our proposed model is the primary factors acts as a any precipitating factors or precipitating events. Usually, that is adverse environmental stimuli, and that is shaped and colored by the secondary factors, and that creates the tertiary factors. So we tested this model in a empirical study. Then again we choose the media reports in Bangladesh. We identified that 24 reports, and the 24 reports covers 5 episodes of panic buying. That is both previous of COVID, pre-COVID, and post-COVID. And we identified some major areas. That is, all the episodes have any adverse stimuli like flood, curfew, COVID-19, and any export ban of onion, and that precipitated by the adverse stimuli colored by the media and the personal characteristics as well as the social belief and social learning. And we also identified the goods. We found that is the goods are closely linked with the adverse stimuli. So when it was flood, the people usually brought the rice and necessary foods that needs to sustain during the flood. During the COVID, it was the staples and toilet tissue, that is the daily necessary issues, and the further issues that is related with the export ban of the onion. People brought the a higher amount of onion. So we proposed in May 2020 we thought to propose edit a book on panic buying, and we look for the several publishers format of book proposal. So we thought that who will be the primary readers, and which discipline would be the primary stakeholders of this book. We really wondered, and we struggled to identify which one would be the primary stakeholder. But we found that it is clearly linked with the human psychology, certainly linked with the marketing, supply chain management, and its business, economics, sociology, public health administration, political administration, disaster administration, management. Perhaps it may include also the other disciplines. So recently we tested a bibliometric analysis of panic buying in Scopus data in 30th August of 2021. We identified the 142 articles in Scopus data searched by the panic buying uh, word search term, and it is clearly mentioned that there is no dominance of any unique discipline of the authors starting the panic buying. So it's a huge number of uh, disciplines included in it. It's started, and surprisingly, the medicine has the highest number of authorship, then business management and accounting, then social science, and even mathematics and veterinary science, art and culinary science has the uh, exposure into the field. So, what are the challenges? We know panic buying usually happens in a disastrous situation, emergency situation. So, it's really unpredictable in which product people will buy and when it will happen. Usually, panic buying is irregular, so it's difficult to predict. Secondly, the return on investment. Uh, yes, as it is unpredictable, irregular happens during the emergencies, then that may raise the question that would the investment to research bring the expected return? And usually, yes, the people buy the necessary goods, but it doesn't mean that every time people buy the same goods. And predicting and controlling in the human behavior during an emergency is fundamentally challenging. Moreover, it could be rational behavior and could be explained by the primitive uh, instinct, and management of behavior is under priorities prioritized as the major authorities are more oriented with the crisis primary deal with the primary crisis, and mostly it is found in the relatively small number of people with relatively selected items. So all of the challenges really creates a hindrance to study the panic buying behavior properly. So all studies have the final attempt to prevent the panic buying. So we did a systematic review to identify the prevention strategies, to identify and classify the prevention strategies, and we took the same measure. We divided the prevention strategies; those have been implemented and those have been proposed. So we found that there's the five gross categories. Number one, that is the media, and that should be the sensible media representation and media reporting. The supply chain, it should be enduringly making aware of the people that regarding the stock, and the people should be ensured regarding the sustainable supply. And usually what happens if it is not during the any emergency, then alternative uh, sources importing from the alternative sources could be think, and product substitution, and resilient e-commerce, and rapid replacement of the empty shelves. These are the supply chain management issues, and public health authority should have a clear communication regarding the status of supply, and they should maintain the uh, supply chain and stock, create awareness and subsidize goods. That is noticed in Bangladesh. We identified the government had take immediate if steps to stop the panic buying by ensuring subsidized sales. And thirdly, that is demarketing. Some of the authors mentioned that the rationing on person cannot buy more than 5 kg or a upper limit of amount, and their market should be scrutinized regarding the unusual price change. And some psychological measures have been proposed regarding online group CBT. Yes, as it happens, the paper was published during the COVID-19 and pandemic and is associates with the issues. Also, online group CBT and the promotion of kinship. That if I buy the larger amount of goods, then my neighbor perhaps cannot buy it. So we identified we divided the strategies into the primary, secondary, and tertiary strategies. So we think that primary prevention should be started after an adverse stimuli, but before onset of the panic buying. So that could be the sensible media reporting, assurance of stock, and raising awareness. Certainly, there should be direct, clear, and sensible communication to the people, and the authority should have a close eye and take the experience from the past evidences and past episodes of panic buying. So secondary prevention can be targeted after the onset of panic buying, but it should would be aiming at the reduction of impact or the severity of the panic buying. Yes, sensible media reporting certainly have roles, psychological measures, demarketing, and some other issues, product substitutions, rapid replenishment, and clear communication have a role in every steps. So, what could be the tertiary prevention? Mm, we thought that tertiary prevention should be think about the after stopping the any specific episode of panic buying and targeting the onset of further episodes. So yes, the during the emergency situation or environmental emergency, people really don't know that further episodes can happen or the severity uh, would be increased. So there should be sensible media reporting and assurance of stocks. So we feed the preventive model into the our proposed causative model. So certainly we think the primary prevention should be targeted after onset of adverse stimuli, but before onset of panic buying. Then the secondary prevention can modify the secondary factors, and the tertiary prevention should target it as a enduring prevention strategy. So we divided it as a public mental health concept as the universal prevention, then selected and targeted prevention. So during adversity, yes, universal prevention strategies should be taken. That is, then again, sensible media reporting, assurance of stock, and raising awareness. Then we can start the selected and indicated prevention strategies after onset of panic buying and targeting the people who have been engaged or who are at risk to be engaged in the panic buying behavior. So I would like to share some available resources on panic buying. There is a free ebook on panic buying, human psychology and environmental influence. We edited the special issue on panic buying that is free to download and read. It is with the Frontiers in Public Health. We also edited the first kind of book in panic buying. It is recently published. We tried to accumulate the perspectives and several perspectives of panic buying, and we focused the I mentioned the prevention strategies, how to deal with the panic buying during the disasters, and we especially focused on the several untold perspectives. That is, we strongly believe that the disaster management should have been closely related with the panic buying issues. So I request the audience currently we are editing a special issue on how communication, mass media, and social media, how communication and pattern of communication affects the panic buying behavior pattern. It is with Frontiers. So I request if you have papers on panic buying, please submit there. And thanks a lot for your patience hearing. I'll be happy to respond if we have any queries. Thank you very much.
Hello, hi. Can I talk? This is Hoin. Hi. Hello.
Hello. Yes, you can proceed, Rainer.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yasir, please, can you stop sharing your screen? Thank you.
Okay. Yazir, thanks for this very interesting talk. I think we always talk about the negative effects of panic buying. So, what's the positive parts of that? Is there any advantage for society?
Sorry, pardon me, Gatil.
I'm sorry, Yazir. Thanks for this very exciting talk and taking up some issues which psychiatry hasn't had a look at. So I'm very interested about that. The other thing is there any positive effect of panic buying? So is there anything what you can say this is positive in a way that people have their have their storage at home? The second thing is that during COVID, I traveled a bit and I saw that in Britain, the shelves of cleaning stuff were empty. In contrast to that, in Germany, it was more or less pasta, which was completely sold out. So what are the individual factors that different countries respond in a completely different way?
Hello.
Yeah, shall I repeat my questions? Yazir, shall I repeat the question? Can you hear me? Yazir, can you hear me? Can you stop? You don't need to share the screen anymore. Just come on. Can you comment on the questions whether there's positive effects and whether there are local differences in panic buying? Can you hear me?
Yasir?
Yes.
Maybe you can repeat it.
Hello.
Are there, I will repeat the question in case you didn't hear. I listened to Rainer properly, but I will repeat his question.
Okay, please.
Is there any advantage to the panic buying? Rainer relates with an experience from Germany when some basic products were all sold out. Do you consider that is there any kind of advantage to panic buying?
Okay. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. So it's a brilliant question. Yes, certainly there might have some social advantages on panic buying, and that can only be explained based on the primitive instinct. That is, when we are danger, then we need to need goods to help the survival. That is on. But I don't think there would have any social advantages. Rather, that we can see a different perspective regarding the Black Day sale or some sale offers. Usually, people buy a larger amount of goods during the in ahead of any celebration of ceremony. That could be an issue. But as for the definition, our proposed definition, the panic buying have to have the imbalance between the supply and demand. So I'll be very happy to hear some interesting thoughts on social advantages on panic buying.
Okay, thanks a lot.
I see another question on did panic buying increase the social phobia in people? Yes, I believe certainly it's increase the increase the anxiety. But I don't see any study mentioning that it increased the social phobia. Yes, it increased the anxiety that creates further fear and panic that leads to further panic buying.
Excellent.
Okay.
Rainer, any other questions for
Yeah,
Yasir?
I don't know whether you can hear me, Yazir. The question is, are there any regional differences? I referred to that before. The question was, different countries collect different things. So some are going for very many, whatever, cleaning stuff, others for basic food items, and other for drinks. So we had different things sold out in Britain and Germany.
Yes, so I see a question that are different countries buying different things? Yes, our published papers, we see that different countries buying different things, and we see that it's episode an interesting pattern is that when it started an individual item, people usually buy that item, and it differs from country to country, region to region, and even the panic buying episode to episode. So in the earlier phase of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has been identified that toilet tissue was the major goods. Later, it has been identified that the essential goods, food staples, are the major issues. And we also identified that in a report, we noticed that even people buy sex toys panically. So that is quite interesting. And I have personally come across a report mentioning that in a panic buying episode, the earlier days people are buying some sort of goods, and after 2 or 3 days, in the same area, people are buying the different goods.
All right. Okay.
So yes, the different setting, the goods are different. So I see another question that social advantage could be that those who could buy bought in bulk and shared later. Could be that could be social advantages could be an important factor. We see in on paper we compared with the higher income countries and the lower income countries. So we see that the panic buying was more in the higher income countries rather than the lower income countries. So yes, social advantage could be a factor, but uh, I think we need further studies on that.
Okay. I think Yasir, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? I don't know.
I can hear you.
Yeah, shall we just say thank you and just have a break for 5 to 10 minutes and start again at the full hour? Or Yazir, do you want to continue? No, shall we have a quick break?
I think we should go to a quick break, sum everything up, and continue next with Yasir's next presentation.
Okay, thank you.
No, so I think we're back. We're back together, and I would like to those who just joined the meeting now, reintroduce the speaker, Yazir Arafat, who has been very active in the Global Psychiatric Association and for the journal Global Psychiatry. He's editor of the journal. He qualified in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and is assistant professor over there. He is one of the most active presenters of scientific research, and we are very grateful that he can give us a second talk. I think he's one of the people who has done so much research in his area that we are very grateful what he's done, and we're very proud. We were. I'm to be honest, I don't know whether you could hear me last time, but I really admired your enthusiasm for panic buying. So now we have another talk, and I don't know how you manage. So the question is, how far have risk factors for suicide been identified in South Asia by psychological autopsy study? Right, Yazir, can you start and share your slides, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Rainer, for your generous words and wonderful introduction. So could you please confirm that the slides are okay and it's visible to all?
They're visible. I can see them.
Okay, thank you very much. Respected global dignitaries, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. I welcome to my presentation. Here, I will try to focus on the extent of psychological autopsy studies conducted in South Asia. Secondly, I will look into the risk factors identified by the psychological autopsy studies in South Asia. So, as per the WHO 2019 data, it has been that 700,000 persons are dying by suicide every year. This data is showing that it's the fourth leading cause of death among 15 to 29 years olds. Earlier, it was the second leading cause of death. And about 80% of the suicides are happening in the low and middle income countries. And as a continent, Asia has about the 60% of suicides. And as a WHO region, WHO Southeast Asia region contains about 40% of total suicide, whereas the global rate is 9 per 100,000. The South Asia has the 10.2 per 100,000. And among the South Asian countries, it is distributed in the two WHO region countries, that is Southeast Asia and Eastern Mediterranean region. So comparatively, Eastern Mediterranean region has the lowest suicide rate among the WHO region, that is 6.4 per 100,000. So if we look into the population structure of South Asia, let's see that it is one of the highly densely populated area of the world, and also India has the nearly 1.3 billion population. So it's a hugely populated area, and if we see as far as the rate of the population, India has the highest number of suicides as well as the highest rate, and the rate is higher than the global rate. India has the 12.9, whereas global rate was 9, and along with India, Sri Lanka has the same rate, that is 12.9. And if we check the rate in the two other countries has the higher rate than the global rate, that is Nepal and Pakistan. And rest of the countries, it has the lower rate than the global rate. Bangladesh has nearly 4 per 100,000, Afghanistan 6, and Maldives only the lowest, that is the 2.9. The whole region contains about 200,000 suicides, which is the at least the 30% of the global suicides. And there is a fundamental challenges regarding the data of these countries. So, for example, in Bangladesh, it shows that the rate is only 4 per 100,000, and the number of suicides is the nearly 6,000. But in 2012, there is a police data. There is clearly mentioned that more than 10,000 people are dying. So, as a reason, these countries have severely underreporting of suicide metrics to the WHO, and these countries have existing stigma regarding suicide. Also, there is some religious issues, at least in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. These countries have the Sharia law where suicide is a criminal offense. So, if we see that Maldives and Bhutan has the minimal number of suicides, but among the whole South Asia, Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan have the leading number of suicides. But as a region, this region portrays different epidemiological pattern for suicide compared to the West. At least some of the identified areas, that is the lower rate of psychiatric illness, that is reverse gender distribution. Females are more dying in this region, and certainly there is a higher stigma, different cultural structure, socioeconomic and religious factor, along with the criminal status. So Bangladesh and Pakistan has the criminal suicide is a legally a criminal offense. India recently decriminalized the suicidal behavior, but yet to have impact on the suicide rate and the number of suicides. So, suicide is an extremely complex phenomenon which have interaction with the various risk factors. Yes, there are several models explaining the suicidal behavior. There are some well accepted models are the Houghton and Van Harrington, that is proximal and distal. There are some other issues, gene and environmental, and also other some models explaining the behavior. The fundamental challenge is to identification of the precise risk factors for suicide. So we never know. Still, we never know who will attempt the fatal attempt and who will not. However, among the several risk factors, psychiatric disorder has been persistently identified as an important risk factor. It is identified in the Western studies and the earlier studies that about 90% of the people have at least some sort of psychiatric illness. Recent systematic review conducted by the Cho et al. In 2016, Milner et al. In 2012 identified that at least Southeast Asia countries have the lower rate of psychiatric illness, and along with the rural area of China. So these are the different important difference in the rest of the world or Western world. So I'll very briefly focus on the design of psychological autopsy study. So the reason or risk factors or attributing factors for self-harm behavior or suicidal behavior was initially started in 1920s in Paris and 1930s in New York. However, the first psychological autopsy study was conducted by Ellie Robbins in Washington University in US. It was during the 1956 to 1957, and it was they started the consecutive suicides, that is the suicide case series, and their findings are later replicated by the Dorpat and Ripley in the second study that was conducted in another setting in Seattle in the US. At the same time, Robert Littman, Norman Favreau, and Edwin Schneidman at Los Angeles identified and developed a method to help the medical examiners whether the death is suicide or accidentally happened. So the term psychological autopsy was coined by the Edwin Schneidman. So yes, as a study design, it has some controversies, but still, psychological autopsy is the most standard and well accepted study design to assess the risk factors for suicide. It systematically designed to assess the information about the risk factors as well as the protective factors for suicide, evaluating the recent psychological and contextual aspects, while still collecting the data regarding death from the nearby persons or proxy respondents, the next of kin or the close relatives, to assess the events immediate before death. So basically, it has the two components. The fundamental component, extensive interview of the family members or close inmates or the next of kin, and secondly, collecting the all possible medical and psychiatric and other relevant documents of the deceased to assess the risk factors as well as the identifiable potential resilient factors. So it has been classified. Recently, it has been classified by the generations of studies. The earlier generation or first generation, the case series studies has been identified as the first generation case control study, first generation psychological autopsy studies. Those are not controlled, and usually they are the descriptive analysis or studies of the consecutive suicides in a definitive area over the period of time. For the last few decades, the second generation autopsy study has been identified, and they mostly applied as a case control study design. So, where along with the cases of suicides, the authors studied and chose the living control subjects drawn from the representative general population sample. And usually, they are interviewed with the same standardized interview schedule to ascertain the mental disorders, their comorbidity, and the other factors, the life events, and risk factors and resilient factors. So we intended to identify the psychological autopsy studies in South Asia as a reason it has the higher suicidal rate and as well as the suicide burden. So we intended to see the extent of psychological autopsy studies as well as the risk factors, whether it differs from the Western world, with a special attention to the psychiatric disorders among the suicides. So we search in Scopus, PubMed, and Google Scholar, and we also conducted the bibliographic search from the previous studies to identify the original articles of psychological autopsy study. We included articles published in English language and quantitative studies. We excluded the qualitative studies, and also we excluded the studies those published in any vernacular language. We couldn't find any study published in any vernacular languages of this region. We identified 15 studies, 7 case control studies, and 8 case series studies. So we couldn't identify any study in Afghanistan, Maldives, and Bhutan. That could be the reason that Afghanistan has going through a political turmoil, and we see the Maldives and Bhutan has the minimal number of suicides. So what we found, only India and Sri Lanka has multiple studies, but then again Sri Lanka has no case control studies. The first study was conducted by Vijay Kumar and Raj Kumar in India, Chennai, in 1999, and the latest study was published in 2021, that is Bangladesh study. So among the countries, India has outnumbered the other countries. It has 9 studies, and among the 9 studies, it is just 5 case control studies and 4 case series studies. So no case control studies was identified in Nepal and Sri Lanka. So only Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan has the case control studies. So if we check the study place, it clearly depicts that there is no replicative study in any of the places. So every place there is only one study. If we check the study population and the sample size, we find that none of the studies was conducted in children as well and in the older age. So only 3 studies targeted the special population, one in 2 in India and 1 in Pakistan. So the first Indian study, that is the psychological autopsy study conducted in farmers, and the second study they choose only the suicides by hanging. If we check the study time, we clearly identify that the first study was conducted in 1999, and the latest study in India was conducted in 2016. So the last 5 years, no study was conducted in India, and 2 study conducted in Sri Lanka. It was only 28, and so there is significant lacking of trends of conducting psychological autopsy studies in South Asia. So the Gururas et al. Has the highest number of cases and controls, that is 269 among the case control studies, and there are other case series studies 372 in Sri Lanka. Among the case control studies, the Bangladesh study has the lowest number, lowest main age than the other studies. So if we check the instruments, we see that among the case control studies, among the 15 studies, there are 7 case control studies, and we see that 5 studies use the DSM classificatory system, that is SKID, in the version of SKID in the DSM-3 or DSM-4. So the Gururas et al. Didn't use any objective instrument for identifying the psychiatric illness, and the one study conducted by Murad Khan et al. In Pakistan used the ICD-10, that is the WHO classificatory system. So only 3 studies assess the personality disorder as a psychiatric illness as risk factors for suicide. One in the earliest study, that is Vijay Kumar and Raj Kumar, The second study in Murad Khan et al. In Pakistan, and the Bangladesh study studied the personality disorder as a risk factors. Among the 8 case series studies, we see that 3 studies didn't use any instrument for assessing the psychiatric illness. On a study, used the DSM, that is Pakistan Abdullah et al. 3 study used ICD, and on a study used the PHQ-9 to assess the psychiatric illness. So, if we check the prevalence of psychiatric disorder, it widely varies. The highest number among the case control studies, it was highest percentage was identified in Pakistan, that is 96%, and lowest proportion was identified in rural India, that is Monoranjatham et al. So there is a wide variation. However, if we closely look into the proportions, the majority of the studies runs around the 60 to 70%. And among the case series study, it also widely varies, and it ranges from 5% in India and more than nearly 100% in Sri Lanka. The important prospect of the how much of the suicides are under the psychiatric service coverage. If we see, it is highest in the Pakistan case series study, and again it is lowest in the Pakistan in case control study. So that might be the reason that in the case series study they identified cases from the hospitalized patient. So that is an important reason. If we overlook the highest statistics, we can see it's nearly 10 to 20%, and it's 13% in Bangladesh, it's 12% in India, and 22% the study in Guru Raj et al. And also in Sri Lanka. So another important risk factor that is the past attempt. It is highest in the earlier study, the initial study, Vijay Kumar and Raj Kumar, among the case control studies, and it was 28%, whereas it was 58% among the case series of India, that is Srivastava et al. So there is a wide variation in the used instruments to assess the psychiatric illness, the prevalence of psychiatric illness, and the other risk factors of first attempt, and mental health service coverage. One thing should be worthy to note that the overall treatment gap or service gap in the region is 80 to 90% in this region. So the mental health service coverage could be justifiable as per the overall service coverage of the general population. So if we check the risk factors, we see that there is some domains, highly important domains of risk factors in the case control studies. That is psychiatric illness, life event, and first suicidal attempt. So these are the highly replicated domains of risk factors: psychiatric illness, life event, and past attempt. There are some additional domains, and it prevails across the studies. The robustly it come out from the study of Guru Raj et al., that is interpersonal conflict and marital disharmony, and also from the Bangladesh study. If we analyze the life events of the suicides, the study identified that about 57% of the life events are related to the family members or the relationship issues. One another important aspect has been identified, that is the unemployment, recent job loss, or recent change in economic status. So that has been also identified across the studies. So by the case control studies, if we summarize the risk factors, the domains of risk factors, the most replicated domains are the psychiatric illness, the life events, immediate life events, past suicidal attempt, unemployment, and the relationship issue within the family member or interpersonal relationship issues. So if we check the case control studies, it gives a different picture, but still it's linked with the case control studies. Uh, Almost it gives a similar pattern, and it highlights the important reason of psychosocial stressors and interpersonal relationship. So only one study in Khan et al. It is conducted in India, and the sample size was 50. They identified the psychiatric illness as a important risk factors. Also, the another study, Srivastava et al. In India, it is in urban India. So the rest of the studies identified the other issues, which highlights the interpersonal conflict, interpersonal relationship, and also the domestic violence. So, if we analyze the risk factors of suicide as well as the autopsy studies, certainly the autopsy, psychological autopsy studies is an understudied domain in South Asia, as revealed by the number of studies as well as the trends of psychological autopsy studies. The reason covers the at least 30% of global suicides, which have the higher rate of global rate, and about mm, uh, 200,000 suicides, but only 15 studies identified in these studies in these countries. Among the 15 studies, only 7 have the case control study designs, and three countries have no psychological autopsy study at all. Number one, and number two, the rest 2 countries has no case control studies yet. The on fundamental issue that should be mentioned, that the trends of psychological autopsy studies in the region is also not continuous. Is somewhat uh, sporadically happened, and uh, the risk factors identified in this region is there is differences in the rate of psychiatric illness when compared among the studies, and when it is compared with the Western studies, certainly the statistics are lower than the Western studies, but the rate is heterogeneous, and also the methods are widely heterogeneous. Only 3 studies identified studied the personality disorder as an important risk factors. However, across the studies, it has been identified that stressful life event and interpersonal conflicts are important risk factors in that region. There is fundamentally lower proportion of suicides happening under the mental health coverage, and uh, the stigma, decriminalization, and cultural attitudes significantly affects the assessing the suicidal behavior, assessing the psychiatric morbidity, and conducting the studies as well. Mm, so, as far based on the studies, and there should have been clear guidelines and recommendations on future way outs. Number one, there should have been special attention on the psychological autopsy studies in this region to ascertain the risk factors of suicide of this region, because the WHO has been encouraging the member states to have the national suicide plans and programs to prevent the suicide, as it has been taken as an SDG priority, that is Sustainable Development Goal target 3.42, 3.4.2, that is the number of rate of suicides have to be lowered. But without knowing the risk factors and without having a precise national suicide program strategy, how it could be possible to reduce the suicide rate. So to know the suicidal risk factors, it is fundamentally important to have a more number of psychological autopsy studies, and also there should have been the replication of the studies, whether there have been change with the time, with the change with the methods, and also change with the population. The whole in the whole region there is no study identified among the special age group, that is children as well as the suicides among the older age. So the researchers, the academicians, as well as the stakeholders involved in suicide prevention should have a special focus on psychological autopsy studies in the region. So thank you very much for your patience hearing. I want to mention my wholehearted gratitude to the Global Psychiatric Association for giving me the opportunity and also arranging the inaugural conference with a difficult time and challenging platform involving the cross-continent participants. And so thank you very much. Thanks, Reiner. Thanks, Gatan. I'll be very happy to answer if queries related with the presentation.
Right. Okay. Thanks so much, Yazir. I think it's a great pleasure to listen to your talk. I may ask some questions and maybe also invite other people to contribute. I think we have some more. We put some questions on the internet. The first question is: do you have any odds ratios, or do you know what the risk factors, the size and the amount, or the quantity of the effect of the risk factors is? So odds ratios. The second question is: do you look at interactions of different risk factors? And the third question would be: does whatever inequality, social inequality, racism, or other things have a major impact? Could you hear my questions?
Yes. Thank you for your question. As far I understand, regarding first question, the odds ratio of the risk factors. Yes, the studies clearly individually mention the odds ratio of different risk factors. But in this review, we didn't assess the effect size, and we didn't also extracted the individual odds ratio to formulate as a different. We are planning to have such analysis, and also we are planning to looking for the population attributable risk fraction for the individual risk factors. Also, we are thinking to have with a special focus on the psychiatric illness. The interesting question is whether we control the one risk factors with the others. Or that means the interruption of the risk factors. Please correct me if I am wrong. So the individual studies didn't analyze such thoughts. Even in our study, we didn't analyze it. And but after having your question, it creates an option, and I will check the data again to have such option.
Yeah.
One study, as far I recall, the study conducted by Murad Khan and his colleagues, they controlled the interruption of the risk factors. Where, interestingly, the final outcome, the psychiatric illness was not considered as a model, as an important component of the model.
Can I ask you
So,
something? Yeah.
please.
May I ask you something? You know, in sometimes when you have risk factors and you combine them, you have something like the vulnerability threshold model, so that several risk factors might contribute. So, have you thought about using the vulnerability threshold model for an approach, or has any other study done something like that?
So thank you. So I couldn't, among these 15 studies, I couldn't find such analysis. Number one, number two, even for our study, we didn't did that. So I will talk with the statisticians to have such analysis, and certainly I will look into the model. So, we analyze the population attributable fraction model for the risk factors, and the paper is under review and submitted in the journal and under review. Hopefully, that will come up. Your second question,
yeah,
please.
Okay, go on then. And there are some questions on the internet. I think if you have a look
Yes.
yourself.
Yes. So your second question is, that is the social inequalities. Yes, the studies usually are more focused with the psychiatric illness, life events, as well, and the past attempts. So the social inequalities are not extensively studied, at least in South Asia. The study conducted by Gururaj et al. Highlighted the social factors and interpersonal conflict and some other resilient factors also. Now, in our Bangladesh study, although it has not been published and highlighted in the paper, I found that the suicides are it's the somewhat established in the Western countries. I found that the suicides are happening in the deprived urban setting. That is, the majority of the suicides are happening in the periphery of the city. So while I collected data, I have to visit the periphery of the Dhaka city, because these are happening. And among my 100 cases, I found perhaps 78 or 68 cases from the periphery of the region, and they are socially deprived and lower social class. So I see in the internet, I see the question, how are the controls are selected in the autopsy studies. Uh, Different studies choose different models, different protocols, but the match case control studies, the recent studies are coming out with the match case control study design. So they are matching the age, matching the sex, and the matching the residence. As far I can recall, that 3 or 4 studies certainly use the match case control study design. So the authors took the same control from the same sex, controls say years with plus minus 2 or 4 years, and the nearby residential area. The second question is, could you comment on suicide autopsy studies in the other parts of the world? Yes, I'm not sure in which direction you are looking for. In the Western world, it has been conducted more robustly, and the higher number of studies, and almost it is well accepted in the West that at least 90% of the suicides have the psychiatric disorders. And there is another important difference from the West to the South Asia, and even within the country of South Asia. In the West, alcoholism is a important factor. In the Southeast Asia or Southeast Asia, it is important factor in Sri Lanka and India, whereas it is not an important factor in Pakistan and Bangladesh. So, and if we look into the other issues, perhaps I think the mean age of suicides could be different from the Western and the South Asia. Regarding the gender, the Western world has the 3 to 4. The male-female ratio is 3 to 4 is to 1, whereas it's nearly 1 in the. It is equal in the India. It's reverse in Bangladesh, and it has male dominance in Pakistan, perhaps. So the next question is there any blinding of these studies? So it is an fundamental challenge of psychological autopsy study design as well. But in the among the 15 studies, none of the study use the blinding of interviewers of these studies. All the study use the open cases and controls. The interviewers knows that who are the cases and who are the controls. That is an important source of bias as well. That could be, and also it's an important area of controversy as a study design of psychological autopsy.
I think that might be a point to relieve. I think that might be future studies. Who possibly should improve on that. I think you can do whatever event-related studies if you don't name them, but that's possibly the blinding might be an important approach in the future. I think
Absolutely, I totally agree with you.
Right, and there's one final study question. I think you can comment on that yourself.
As a therapist, how to retrieve the autopsy data? So it depends. It depends on the methodology of the study. It depends on the instrument of the autopsy study, and it depends on which disease you want to identify or which objectives you are looking for. There are several studies only looking for identified the major domains. That is, they only look for the depression. And other some domains, life event, alcoholism, and there are also several studies within a special group of population, that is suicides in the addiction, or even suicides in the heroin addiction, or suicides in the gay and lesbians. So it depends. There is no general answer on the so if you use a self-rated instrument, and then yes, you can extract or retrieve data from the respondents. Or on the other hand, if you use the clinical interview schedule, then that could be different for a therapist. However, perhaps it is possible if the therapist is adequately trained to assess to identify the diagnosis or the symptoms.
Is there anybody else, Katerina, or wanting to comment from the trauma side, or if not, then no further comments.
Regarding the trauma, what I just highlight in the study of Bangladesh study, psychological autopsy, we found that the interpersonal relationship has an important deciding factor while attempting the suicides. That is the some of the suicides have existing enduring the mental health disorders like depression or psychosis. But the interpersonal conflict acts as a deciding factor, whether should the attempt is immediately now or the later. And surprisingly, many of the risk factors are closely related with the family members and within the spouse. And what should I mention clearly? That is the childhood sexual abuse, forceful marriage, early marriage, and sexual harassment as an important risk factor that is identified in Bangladesh study. There is another study. There is another question that as a therapist, no, it's fine. It's fine. I think there is no other question. Rainer, please proceed.
Okay. Yes.
Maybe. Excuse me. May I ask you? I don't know if you hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, do you hear me? I just want to ask one question related to the victims of sexual abuse or domestic violence. How do you cope with that in your country, in Bangladesh? Because I can imagine that your country is quite traditional. So if you can maybe explain me what kind of therapy do you use for these victims of such violence?
If you're not too shy, can you switch your camera on?
Okay. I will try to do that.
People like to see who they're talking to or who they're talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, if you can try, it's on the menu at the bottom.
Yeah, it's here.
Okay. Yeah, Yazir, can you answer this question? Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming.
So, could you please repeat, Rainer? I was lost. So, could you please pardon me?
Yeah, excuse me. I just wanted to ask you, how do you work in your country with the victims of sexual abuse or domestic violence in the environment of the traditional society? So if you can maybe elaborate more on this topic.
Yazir, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello.
So it's more like how do you treat people who have been submitted to sexual and violence? So how do people who have been suffered trauma?
Oh, that's an important issue. In Bangladesh. There is a service that is OCC for the sexual victim patients. That is on-stop crisis center. So it's a totally different setup where they are legally they are legally bound to stay in that setup. So sometimes they call the psychiatrist, and psychiatrists have the opportunity to talk with the victims and the other issues, but it's a legally driven process rather than the mental health driven process.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we close this section, and I'm pleased that Katerina is already here too, and you will see her in I think at the beginning in 10 minutes. I think we usually have a break just to get the technical issues sorted, and I think people expect you to start in 10 minutes. So, okay, so we just reconvene in 10 minutes here, if that's possible, and Juan, and thanks a lot, Yazir, for your really exciting talks. And yeah, Juan, is there anything you want to say? And if not, I think we can then.
No, I think we can wrap this up. There is no problem. Thank you very much, Yazir. Thank you very, very much. It was a really interesting talk. So I think we will step up with Katerina in 10 minutes. Don't worry, I will start sharing the interlude screen. Thank you very much to the audience, and especially to Hina Beg for being so participative in the questioning of the talk.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Hina.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rainer. Thank you, Gaitan.
Okay. Bye. Anybody, can you hear me? Anybody who can hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. Okay. So I'll try again. I just had the opportunity to try twice and give her some introduction. Anyway, I give it again. It's my pleasure to introduce Katerina Dukanova, and she will talk about trauma and trauma therapy. And she is a member of the Global Psychiatric Association for a year now, and she was part of the inaugural team. So I'm quite happy with that. I'm very proud. And she has, even though she's very young, she has lots of qualifications. She is psychiatrist, psychodynamic psychotherapist, consultant psychiatrist at Prague Military University Hospital. She works at the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry in Tomaya University Hospital, Prague. She is at the Center of Crisis Intervention at the Psychiatric Hospital in Bonice, Prague. She's board member of the WPO Psychotherapy Section, member of the Transcultural Psychiatry Section of the WPA, and she works in the Young Psychiatrist Network and Neuropsychiatric Forum. And she is also co-author of chapters in psychodynamic psychotherapy and suicide by self-immolation. Katerina, I hope you're on and you can just start your well-expected presentation. Thank you. Katerina, can you start?
Katerina, can you allow your camera and your microphone, please? Can you turn them on?
I'm just trying to turn on the camera. Yeah. So
I can hear you.
So I'm struggling with some technical complications.
You can click the second button in the lower menu.
I see it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for such a nice introduction. I am very glad to join this conference, and thank you also to my colleagues for such a wonderful lectures. I learn a lot from every lecture I heard at this conference. And I would like to speak about a very important topic of trauma and basic principles of trauma therapy. This is the field which I'm really devoted and would like to continue to do more work and hopefully also more research in this field. And as it was told before, I'm working in Prague as a psychiatrist and psychotherapist in the Center of Crisis Intervention, and also in the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. And I would like also to talk a little bit about some transcultural aspects of psychotherapy, because my other great interest is work with refugees and immigrants. So maybe can we start with the presentation, please?
Can you share the slides, please?
So I don't know if I will be able to do it. I have it.
The third button.
Third button. Okay. Now, do you see it? Do you see my presentation?
No, we cannot see
No?
see
Okay.
the slides. I will try to work on a workaround. Excuse. We offer an apology to the
And
audience for the technical problems that have been recently presenting, but do not worry. We are working on this. Please wait just a minute. Thank you.
so I'm trying to share it, but I'm not sure if if do see it or not.
Katarina, can you send them via mail, please?
Yeah, I sent my presentation via my email during this afternoon. I'm still trying to share the presentation from my computer, but I don't know how.
Do not worry. We are working on this. Do not worry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your help and kindness.
Want to send you a copy?
Can you send me again a copy, please, via mail? Why not? Thank you.
Send you one just now, and I'll send you one again. No problem, no worries. Things happen. If you wait another 2 minutes, and in case it doesn't work, you just start continue without slides. Would that be possible? But I think I don't know what to do about that.
So unfortunately, I don't know how to do it as well.
No, it's no problem.
What's wrong?
it's a learning experience, and I think it's not easy to organize this throughout the world.
Yes, I see, and I'm also not very technically skilled, so and I'm not so familiar with this
That's no
system.
problem. I think we take it with a bit of humor, so it's not perfect. Juan, have you received it?
No. I am checking my mail. I do not have it.
Where do you want me to send it again? I'll send it again.
Should I send it again to Juan, or it's already done?
Yeah, you can do it. Try it again. Maybe it helps. Nothing wrong with that.
Juan, could you write me, please, your email address in the personal message, please? Okay, thank you.
Already done, Katrina. You can send.
Yeah. I see
send it to
your
me
email
to this
address.
mail. Thank you.
I will send it again.
Juan, you should have it on your Correo. The Correo one.
Okay, I just sent it.
Okay, I am working on this. In a few seconds, we will be able to screen share again. Okay. Okay, can you see it?
Not yet. Yeah. Now I see it.
If you can see it, and
Yeah. I can see it. So I think we can start. Okay. So apologize me, please, for the delay. And I would like to start with my presentation about psychological trauma and basic principles of trauma therapy. So please can I see the next slide? At the beginning, I would like to tell you something about the mental health services in the Czech Republic. So we are a country with a totalitarian past. There were a communistic regime for 40 years, and then this regime collapsed 32 years ago. So there are many changes in the society, and these changes impact also the system of psychiatric care in my country. After the fall of communism, the psychiatric care is unfortunately still concentrated in very huge mental hospitals, and only around 20% of inpatient care is provided in psychiatric wards of general or university hospitals. And this means that for many people is still the psychiatric care inaccessible or quite inconvenient. So especially in the crowded, huge hospitals. Outpatient psychiatrists are often overloaded and have long waiting times, and the community services are still inadequately developed and carried out mainly by the NGOs, which are not very supported by the central government. But recently, the government supported the strategy for the reform of psychiatric care. So we are trying to establish some community psychiatric teams, and quite a lot of work is done. So we will see in the future if it has some positive impact on the psychiatric care in general or not. So maybe the next slide, please. And now I want to talk about the prevalence of adverse childhood experiences in the Czech Republic. Here, a cross-sectional survey was conducted among selected university students, and there was a huge evidence of different kind of abuse, like emotional abuse and parental violence were the most present kinds of abuse in this survey. But there are also high numbers, as you see, of physical abuse, more than 17%, alcohol misuse in family, more than 15%, sexual abuse around 6.4%, and physical neglect 8%. And almost 10% of respondents reported experiencing 4 or more types of adverse childhood experiences, which I think is quite a lot. And unfortunately, we haven't so well developed services for the victims of sexual or physical violence. It's also provided mainly by the NGOs. So we can go to the next slide. And we haven't in our country not many experts in the field of trauma therapy. So I'm, as I was talking about it before, very interested in trauma and trauma therapy in general. But I'm trying to learn some new theories and new approaches. But I think that we need much more educated people in this field and to offer more services for the victims. We have also very limited data on the prevalence of child abuse. The administrative data suggests that over the past decade, the number of cases of physical violence have increased 4 times, emotional abuse even 12 times. And since the half of the 90s, the number of sexual abused children has doubled. Maybe part of the problem may be due to the changes in the society after the fall of communism and the efforts to deinstitutionalize the psychiatric care. But the other problem is inadequate welfare support to families at risk and inadequately developed services for these families. And there is also increasing concern about pornography and sexual abuse. Next slide. Thank you. The consequences of child maltreatment in mental health care we can see in our daily practice. There is a strong evidence of depression, anxiety, eating disorders, attention deficit disorders, drug and alcohol misuse, self-harm, and suicide. And because of this strong evidence of many symptoms of different psychiatric disorders, I think that we should be always aware when some patients are coming with anxiety, depression, panic disorders, or some self-mutilation. We should keep on mind that these people could be, beside these symptoms, also traumatized. So it's good to think about it by every patient, because I have the experience from my practice in the Center of Crisis Interventions that many of patients with especially panic disorder or with some alcohol drug abuse or with self-mutilations are victims of sexual or physical violence. And some of these patients are not able to speak about it because they are often very ashamed. And therefore, it is very important to try to talk about it, but in a very safe way and safe environment. There are some estimates from the WHO World Mental Health Surveys that childhood adverse experiences are responsible for 30% of all mental disorders at the population level. Child maltreatment is associated also with risky sexual behaviors and increased risk of being involved in further violence in adolescence and adulthood. So we can continue, please. And as I was talking about this topic before, there are still many limitations and in services for the victims and also research gaps. The literature is frequently overlooking the cultural, gendered, and social dynamics that influence child maltreatment. There are limited analysis of legislation and policy and a lack of meaningful involvement of children in research, and structural influences such as poverty and inequality are often not considered but should be. So we can continue. And now something to neurobiological impact of traumatic stress. Probably you will be good educated in this topic, but just some very short summary. There could be fight or flight response triggered by the release of stress hormones, which is automatic, adaptive, and evolutionary conditioned. Traumatic stress has negative impact on information processing, memory, and integrative brain functions, leads to hippocampal dysfunction and increased impact of implicit memory, which means that traumatic memories are often fragmented without conscious control, without the context of time and space. So we can go to the next slide. And here is just a picture about how trauma affects the brain. Maybe it's not so good visible, but in general, amygdala became by the victims of traumatization hyperactive in a state of hypervigilance, suppressing memory and impulse control. By the traumatized people, we can often observe a constant state of strong emotional reactivity. Hippocampus affected by trauma can affect the ability to recall some memories by the trauma survivors. So often the memory is very fragmented. We can see cases of amnesia by traumatized patients. So we can continue to the next slide. So the psychological trauma includes traumatic events, often life-threatening, unexpected, uncontrollable, associated with feelings of fear and helplessness. And we should be aware of that even small traumatic events and attachment impairments can have severe consequences. So we should think about the first years of traumatized people, and in psychotherapy about the kind of attachment. Individual factors like genetic predispositions, accumulation of previous traumatic events, resilience, and positive like experiences, including positive memories and stable social environment, affect the impact of trauma. So this is very important and maybe a task for the future research. So we can go to the next. This is just a picture to illustrate the topic of psychological trauma, but also of the importance of good memories for the traumatized people, which can lead to post-traumatic growth. So we can continue. Probably you know a lot about the PTSD, so that's why I don't want to repeat the well-known symptoms and diagnostic criteria of PTSD. But I would like to tell you something about complex PTSD, which is a diagnosis included in ICD, the 11th revision, but is still not included in DSM-5. And a complex PTSD can develop in response to prolonged, repeated experience of interpersonal trauma in a context in which the individual has a little or no chance to escape. Is often associated with chronic sexual, psychological, and physical abuse or neglect, also with chronic domestic violence. It can be observed by victims of kidnapping, war, slavery, human trafficking, and also by victims of persecution of authoritarian regimes. Has been referred to disorders of extreme stress, not otherwise specified. And some researchers believe that complex PTSD is distinct from but similar to PTSD, to somatization disorder, to dissociative identity disorder, and borderline personality disorder. So it's important, I think, to keep on mind the possibility of PTSD by patients with this kind of disorders. Its main distinctions are a distortion of the person's core identity and a significant emotional dysregulation. And it's typical that the traumatic event happened early in life. The person is experienced the trauma for a long time. The trauma, excluding the severe traumatization like war trauma and human trafficking and vice versa, is often caused by a parent or carer. And the person was quite often alone during the trauma, and it's also typical that there is still some contact with the perpetrator. So we can go to the next slide. And some specific symptoms include also periods of losing attention and concentration. So we can see some symptoms of dissociation by these patients, cutting off from family and friends, difficulties in controlling emotions, feelings of shame or guilt, relationship difficulties. Destructive or risky behavior is quite often such as self-harm, alcohol or drug misuse. Suicidal thoughts are present, and physical symptoms such as headaches, dizziness, chest or stomach aches. So we can go to the next. And now I want to speak about psychological resilience, which is fundamental for recovery of the patients. And so it's also good to focus on the resilience of or the possibility of resilience by the patients. And it's the ability to mentally or emotionally cope with the crisis or to return to pre-crisis status. Is the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. Resilience depends on the external social support, on the care and acceptance of the others, including, of course, the close family or community, but also the care of and acceptance of the psychiatrist or psychotherapist. And it's very important to establish pro-social system of mental health care, especially for violence victims, and recognize them as a victims is very important to prevent deepening of guilt and shame feelings. We can go to the next slide. This is just a picture for illustration. So we can go to the next. And so some core principles for trauma therapy is very respectful approach to the patients. We should enable and facilitate choice making during therapy. We should strengthen the patient's competencies to strengthen the resilience of the patient, to educate about the symptoms of trauma and about treatment possibilities. It's good to make us always sure if the patient is familiar with the trauma symptoms, and if understands the principles of trauma therapy. And it's good to have. It's always good to have respect to the patient's own space and emotional vulnerability, and to think about that it's not good to discuss the traumatic experience too prematurely, but also at the same time not to avoid them, and always continue slowly in the psychotherapy with respect to the patient's feelings. So we can go to the next. And to the basic principles of trauma therapy also belongs at the first place is the safety of the client or of the patient. To recognize the centrality of affect regulation, teaching patients the strategies to self-monitor and self-intercept, to learn them to observe themselves and to understand better their emotional feelings, but also the physical symptoms possibly related to trauma, to work from a strength-based approach, which is empowering the client's existing resources, to make sure that the patient and especially the specialist and psychotherapist understand the impacts of trauma on the brain and the physiology. And attune to attachment issues. I was talking about attachment before. Understand and attune to the prevalence and varied forms of dissociative responses, and stay within the window of tolerance of the patient. So not to re-traumatize the patient. The three basic stages are especially establishing safety and remembrance and mourning for what was lost during the traumatic event, and reconnecting with community and more broadly society is also very important. So we can go to the next slide. Then it's very important to say that the trauma therapy should be always very individualized and adapt to the needs of the client. We should recognize the importance of implementation of boundaries. This should be mutually negotiated, and patients should understand their significance to encourage and strengthen the support networks of the patient. This means reconnect more with the community and with some friends who can support the patient and the recovery process. And the psychotherapist should be also culturally competent and sensitive to gender, sexual orientation, age, ethnicity, and other dimensions. Engage in collaborative care and facilitate continuity of care, and work under professional supervision. So we can go to the next. Trauma-informed care means recognize the signs and symptoms of trauma in patients, families, and staff, realize the widespread impact of trauma, understand the paths of recovery, integrate knowledge about trauma policies, procedures, practices, and actively avoid re-traumatization. We can go to the next slide. And now to the transcultural aspects in psychotherapy by the interventions by patients from different cultural backgrounds. Is good to avoid alienating family members or aggravating intergenerational conflicts. Be aware of collectivist culture in contrary to individual culture. Traumatic experiences itself can be seen through the lens of the family or of the group. This is especially important by patients from more traditional societies or from the collectivist cultures, to take into account value systems, divisions of role, for example, role of children, elderly family members of the wider community, to keep on mind the traditions, religion. We can go to the next. And we have to be aware of the culture's attitude to mental illness. In some cultures, the mental illness can be seen as a family disgrace, or maybe some possession, or it could be seen as some god's revenge or something like that. It's important to express emotions in an appropriate way, because expressing emotions in different cultures may differ. In some cultures, emotions can be expressed mostly through physical symptoms. We should join setting of therapy goals and and also be aware of the fact that some conventional techniques may not be suitable for clients from different cultural background. We can continue. And this is almost the end of the presentation. In the end, I would like to point out that we should develop national policies for prevention of abuse and neglect, to establish evidence-based interventions and programs, to develop community care with a wide range of psychosocial services for children and families at risk, to raise awareness about trauma and possibilities of trauma therapy, to strengthen capacities in the field, especially the field of child and adolescent psychiatry, to have some institutions for family therapy, and to inquire about traumatic experiences also by patients with severe mental disorders, and to offer appropriate psychosocial treatments. Okay, and this is the end of the presentation. So I would like to thank you for your attention. This is just a picture from Prague. I don't know if you have any questions.
Hello, Katarina.
Hello.
I will ask something. Excuse me, I will
Yes.
share my camera. Can you see me?
Yeah, I see you, Juan. Hi.
Great. I have a question. In one of your slides, you did write about something. I just wrote it. I will just typed it around here about not talking prematurely of the traumatic experiences, but letting the patient talk about them naturally. Where do we set up the bar, the limit in which when we can say we can start talking about traumatic experiences with the patient?
Thank you for your question, Juan. This is very important, and it's quite difficult to answer this question, because I think it's very individual by every patient. It's to recognize, when to start to talk about trauma. I think it's good to observe the reactions of the patients to our questions, and to continue really very slowly, and really to think about the safety of the patient, and we should establish by every psychotherapy some really confidential relationship, and that the patient should have the feeling that he or she can rely on the psychotherapist, and can speak openly also about the traumatic experience. And so in general, it's good to observe the emotional reaction to our questions, also some nonverbal communication.
Okay, thank you. There is a question from Hina Beck. If we include family members in trauma therapy, is it not that we may break the trust of the client?
Yeah, so we should be very careful in this question, and we have to decide it also. It can differ patient from patient. In some circumstances, it's important or necessary to talk with the family members, like in the cases, for example, of sexual abuse, when the aggressor or perpetrator is some family member, so it could be the father or uncle. Then we should cooperate with some social worker and sometimes with policies. So it can differ in the countries of the world, the strategy, but it's important then to speak at least with some confidential family members, with the mother of the victim or with the grandmother, and explain the situation. But we should be always very cautious when speaking with the possible perpetrator.
Okay. I do not know if Rainer has any more questions or Yasir. Okay, I think we're okay. Thank you very much, Katerina, for your support, for your very interesting presentation. I
Thank you.
know that there will be many more questions. Any final words you want to share with us? Katerina?
So I didn't hear you so well. So now it's better. So I think so. If there are no more questions, so I would like to thank you once again for the invitation and for your attention, and I hope that next time maybe we can elaborate on some specific topic from the trauma field. This was just a very general overview.
It's perfect. Thank you very much. Now we will enter.
Thank you as well.
Now we will enter a 5-minute break before we continue with our next presentation. Thank you very much to the audience for the support. Thank you, Dr. Katerina. Well, we will see you briefly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you again.
Can I ask a question?
Of course, Professor.
Who's forwarding the slides?
If you can share them, there is no problem. Else, I think Rainer will do it. Do not worry.
Okay, because I have a lot of slides. That's the only thing. So I'll let you know then. Can I share my own slides with a PowerPoint?
I will check the mail you sent us. Do not worry.
Okay.
Give me a few minutes and we will set everything up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Professor.
Are we on now? Is it? Christian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Right. Okay. So, can you present your own slides?
I can do either. I mean, I did send you PowerPoint because I was not able to send I did send you PDF because PowerPoint was too big.
No, that's fine, but it would be great if you could present your own slides. I'm not an expert on that.
Okay.
Should we start again, Juan? Is that okay?
Let me just pull it up. And there's an echo. I don't know if that's a problem.
All right. Okay. So how's the weather like in Canada? What's the time? Can you hear me?
Yes, say again.
All right. Okay. Anyway, shall we start? What do you think, Juan?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. It's a great pleasure to have the last talk today from Christian Schütz, who is initially from Germany, Munich. He's an old friend of mine because we worked together in Bonn University, and he has a very interesting background in Chinese. I don't know, we're hopefully not speaking Chinese today, but that might be a future. Okay, so I'd like to put some highlights. He's associate professor at the University of Mental Health in the Department of Psychiatry at the UBH, which is the University of British Columbia, as I think. He has been his medical doctor in the University of Freiburg, his PhD of Chinese studies at the Munich University in Germany, and he studied public health and he's Master of Public Health at Johns Hopkins University. He has a fellowship in alcohol from the National Institute of Drug Abuse and Alcohol and the National Institute of Health at Yale University. So I'm really pleased to hear this very exciting conference and also conference contributions. And I'm for my personal interest, I'd like to see how all his research has moved on over the years when we last met in Bonn. Thanks for coming on, and please give your talk.
Thank you very much, Rainer, for the introduction. When you were talking, there was an echo. I hope there's fine. And can you see my slides?
I can't, but I can try. If Juan can see them, I'm struggling a bit here today.
No, I can't see them.
Okay. Do I need to do something to activate the slides?
Ron, can you help?
Let me see.
Can you clear? Okay, I am. Okay, there it is.
Okay, now?
Yes,
Yes,
it's perfect.
I can see it.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm sitting at the other side of the world compared to the last speaker. I'm at the Pacific Coast in Vancouver. And I want to talk a little bit about the changes and the new developments with legalization of cannabis use in Canada. I first want to talk a little bit of background, the pros and cons discussion which led to legalization, the Cannabis Act itself, and the implication. First, the background. Cannabis use has been highly prevalent in Canada and has been increasing over time substantially. Since the 1970s, we have seen a fivefold increase in cannabis use in Canada. This means that by now about 40% of all Canadians have used cannabis, that 10% of the Canadians have used cannabis in the past year, and that 20% of those who are young adults or late adolescents use cannabis in the past year. That's important to know that the background is that Canada has one of the highest rates of cannabis use in the world. This has an impact also on the spending of money on cannabis. What you can see, the spending has been in parallel since the year 2000. You have not seen so much of an increase in spending, which has to do with cannabis becoming less expensive. So there's an increase in use, but simply less money spent because it's cheaper. So let's spend a little bit discussing what led to the legalization. These were the arguments which were brought up for legalization of cannabis in Canada. One is to reduce the burden on the criminal justice system, to redirect financial gains from illegal profits to tax revenues and legal income. As you saw, there is billions of dollars involved. One argument has been to protect young people from promotion or enticement to use cannabis, because the dealers often not only offer cannabis, also crystal meth and heroin. And to protect public health through strict product safety and quality requirements. That is an aspect which is often not seen as important, but is very important, that you can do harm reduction by quality control, and to enhance public awareness of the health risks associated with cannabis. That was made part of the argument for legalization. This is again I think the main driving factor, the potential income you can generate from selling cannabis. What you see here is that most legal cannabis is actually still being sold in the US, that Canada is the second biggest market, and that the rest of the world is, so to say, a small legal market compared to the United States and Canada. What you see here is 2018 to 2022 as forecast. The forecast was, if you want, so a little bit optimistic. I will talk to that a little bit later. Again, the tax revenues, if you look at cannabis in the US, tax income $1 billion, which is very similar to beer, wine, and spirits. And what a lot of people are not aware of is that really the most revenues with taxes are made with tobacco, more than combination of all the other substances. One big argument for cannabis has always been that it's fairly safe. Here's a comparison of the lethal doses and the effective dose. What you can see, cannabis is the safest. You can use more than 1,000 times of the regular dose, and there is no risk for overdose. If you look at the other end, it's heroin, where a 5-fold increase of the dose can be lethal, or alcohol, where a 10-fold increase of the dose can be lethal. The second biggest risk is the development of dependence, alcohol use disorder, or addiction. And here you can see that approximately 9%, look at the last column on the right hand and starting from the bottom, about 9% of those who ever tried cannabis become dependence or fulfill criteria for substance use disorder. With alcohol, it's 1 in 7. With heroin, it's 1 in 4. With cocaine, it's 1 in 7, and in tobacco, which has the highest risk of individuals developing dependence, it's 1 in 3. What are the main risks? The main risk is the intoxication, which impairs your sensorium, has an impact on your short-term memory. It impairs your vigilance and concentration. It impairs your decision-making. This leads to an increased risk of accidents, which is substantially underestimated by users, the loss of vigor, motivation, and behavioral disinhibition. When it comes to the more long-term or more medical risks, the one which stick out are the mental health risks, specifically panic attacks and paranoid symptoms, and about 40% to 50% of users at some point have developed this side effect. On the medical side, there is mainly the respiratory symptoms, the worsening of the COPD. Very little has been discussed on the prenatal exposure to substance use overall, specifically marijuana. This is data from 2013. Overall, the evidence base is very small. When you see here that there might be an effect on neurobehavior, which is seen with all substances of abuse with marijuana, and with long-term effect, it's behavior and cognitive negative consequences, and very well documented is the lower level of achievement. When you compare this, for example, to alcohol, these effects are much stronger in alcohol. And a lot of people are surprised how limited the effects are actually with cocaine, for example. This looks a little bit different if we look at adolescent and children. This is a study looking at 13 to 32 years old, the Dunedin cohort study. And they found that cannabis use at the onset before the age of 18, actually as an adolescent, led to a loss of about 8 IQ points. Interestingly, today, Lancet Psychiatry published a paper on a longitudinal study looking at the gray matter in adolescent and also demonstrated that using cannabis leads to a thinning of the gray matter, specifically in prefrontal cortex areas. This is consistent with these cognitive testing results. There is also cognitive testing in adults, and there is some, if not strong, but the effects are between 0.2 and 0.3 of cannabis users having more cognitive problems. One issue with this testing is that this testing is generally done with individuals having a few days of abstinence, and other studies have shown that at least half a week to a week after using cannabis, you might still have some cognitive problems, and that after abstinence for a week or longer, these cognitive problems disappear. That's a summary of the adverse effects of cannabis. There is the risk of addiction to cannabis. There is also the risk among cannabis users who have one addiction to transfer and add other addictions, which is true for all substances from tobacco, alcohol, and the other illegal substances. There is medium evidence, and that has been accumulating for abnormal brain development. I already talked about progression to other drug use. It's probably not the so-called gate drug, but all substances of use increase the risk for progression to additional substances of use. There's good data that it induces psychosis and that it might also induce the risk of developing schizophrenia. Similar results for depression and anxiety are not as well established. There's very clear data for showing that it diminishes lifetime achievement, increases the risk of motor vehicle accidents, and increases the symptoms of chronic bronchitis. There have been no data showing that it increases cancer. Even though cannabis is considered a very safe drug, there are data from Canada that's actually before the legalization showing that there is a risk of hospitalization and of emergency room visits due to cannabis intoxication. To be honest, when I first read about cannabis intoxication or cannabis poisoning, as it is formulated here in Canada, I was not sure what to understand under cannabis poisoning. So what you can see here is there is a substantial increase even after the legalization of emergency room visits due to cannabis poisoning. So what does cannabis poisoning mean? It's actually a summary of the negative consequences, mainly anxiety, panic attacks, tachycardia, increased blood pressure, delusions, hallucinations, the psychotic side effects, severe nausea or vomiting, and difficulty breathing and chest pain. One big reason why legalization was kind of like considered was also that there seemed to be evidence that cannabis and cannabinoids might be useful for treatment, including treatment for mental disorders. But there was a recent review by Lancet Psychiatry, which reiterated what a number of other reviews had shown, that really there is minimal, if any, evidence for the medical use for cannabinoids for depression, anxiety, PTSD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, Tourette syndrome, or psychosis. There's some evidence that cannabidiol specifically might be helping with psychosis and depression, but this is based on very small and very uncontrolled studies. As already indicated, it seems to be if any of the if cannabis components is promising, then it's the cannabidiol, which seems to have effects which are almost opposite of THC. There is little rewarding effect. If anything, it might help reduce drug seeking. It doesn't increase it. It might have a positive effect on anxiety and reduce sensitivity to other drugs. But again, this is very preliminary studies of animal studies or very uncontrolled small clinical studies. In 2012, I think, came Age, which is the biggest mental health and addiction center in Canada, located in Toronto, came out with a recommendation. Actually, it was 2014. That was 2 years after the legalization of cannabis in Uruguay. So they recommended the government to establish a monopoly on sales They set a minimum age for sales of cannabis, limit availability, curb demand through pricing, curtail higher risk products and formulations like high THC, low CBD products, invest in education and prevention, prohibit the marketing, advertising, and sponsorship. Product information should be clearly displayed, and they address and prevent cannabis impaired driving and enhance access to the treatment and expand treatment options. So that were the recommendation in 2014 and led to the Cannabis Act in 2018. So what you can see here is the current status of legalization of cannabis in the world. So specifically Uruguay and Canada are mentioned. The legalization has been also pushed forward with South Africa and in Mexico, but overall there are huge differences in what it means to legalize cannabis use. So let me go into the Cannabis Act. Actually, it regulated cannabis. It made it legal, but it's associated with substantial regulation. And these regulations are very similar to alcohol and tobacco use. So restrict you from accessing cannabis, control access for adults of legal age. What this means, you don't have unlimited access to cannabis. There's limits to adult possession to 30 grams of legal cannabis, and you cannot legally produce cannabis on your own. There is the exception that you can have 4 plants in your residence, but they cannot be visible from the outside. And if you have more than 4 plants, this is still illegal because now the state has the monopoly on growing and selling cannabis. The Cannabis Act focuses on provided oversight for the operation of the legal cannabis industry. Like all industries, they provide permits, licensing, quality control, starting from the production and cultivation to the processing of cannabis. And it has given the permission for provinces to distribute and sell cannabis. And the provinces have actually provided different ways of putting this into practice. It further strictly regulates the supply chain. So it does have quality controls, which are still limited currently, but which are part of the Cannabis Act. So this is also important how the products are packaged, transported, and stored. And there are safeguards regarding the integrity of supply chain, so you have to track it and have to show where you got your products from. And this comes with strong penalties to protect public safety. So actually, if anything, the regulations regarding cannabis have been increased. Let me see, this is here. For example, for illegal distribution or sale of cannabis, there are tickets for small amounts, but still there's jail time if you sell in big quantities. Possession over the limit of 30 grams still can lead to jail if you possess a lot of cannabis. Production, the same is true for production of cannabis. And obviously, you cannot bring in cannabis from outside. The monopoly is now with the state. The second aspect, aside from regulation, is the public health aspect. And what you see here is that the idea is that you go from an unregulated criminal market to a strict, legally regulated market. and that at the same time you have the opposite direction, so to say, with alcohol, tobacco, where also you have a fairly unregulated market where you could, for example, advertise for the substances and you have little control over the quality of the substances, to a strongly regulated market. There is not only smokable products, but there are also extracts, edibles, beverages which can be sold. The edible products come with additional problems, and they are the ones who have been leading to emergency room use more than the smoked cannabis, simply because it's harder to control the amount of substances. There are two aspects. One is that edibles take longer time to be effective, so people add and top up, not noticing that it takes about half an hour or longer for the effect to be subjectively available. And the second is that the amount of CBD and then the THC can be quite high in these products. The third problem is what you can see already here, that it's important how the edibles are presented, because if they look like a non-cannabis products, that is a high risk, specifically to kids. So let me go a little bit into the implications. First, the question, does legalization lead to an increase in use? So the first state in the US which legalized cannabis use was Colorado, and they saw an increase, a substantial increase in the use. And interestingly, though, the reported increase in use was mainly with the older population. So there was very little increase in the youth. There was some increase in the young adults, but there was a doubling of the use in those specifically 40 years and older. The same has been actually happening in cannabis. In 2018, we had the legalization, and since then, the recreational use of cannabis has increased substantially. There is the problem that we know from previous slide I've shown you, that the increase in cannabis had been happening in Canada since the 1960s. So there seems to be a trend which might have nothing to do with legalization. So it's a trend which simply continues from the 70s. And we also have the COVID situation, where we know that some population groups have been increasing their substance use during COVID. Has there been an increase, for example, in the emergency room use? This is data from Alberta, our neighboring province. And what they tried to show here is that they had seen an increase in emergency room visits, which had been due to cannabis. And they did see a jump in increase. It's not a major jump, but they do find that post-legalization, there was somewhat of an increase in the emergency room use for cannabis-related poisoning, as they term it. The data since 2018 are still limited, so there is still a lot of question marks, and the COVID situation has not helped in clarifying what the development is, and there's always a time lag between data collection and publication. So what happened to the illegal market? What you can see here is in 2018, in October 2018, cannabis was legalized, and you see the start of the legal market with zero in before 2018, and now it's about 800 million Canadian dollars, which was the expenditures on cannabis in Canada for non-medical reasons. So that is for the medical market stayed pretty much the same, as you can see with the yellow line. And the illegal market has been coming down, but it's still that only 30% currently of the cannabis users use legal products only. So we will see if there is a slowdown of the reduction of the illegal products or if it's a disappearance. It's very unlikely that there is a disappearance, and I will go into that, why this is very unlikely. One thing is the price of the product. What you can see here is that on the left side is the illegal market average price per gram, and then you have the legal market average price per gram. And if it's the same price, 98% of the people will use the legal market. But as soon as, for example, you have a legal price of, let's say, $10, and the illegal market offers it for $9, only 2/3 of the people will buy it from the legal market. So the legal market has a lot more costs with quality control and with, for example, also having to observe regulations regarding front stores or stores, and having regulations regarding paying people. So it's much harder for them to have the same price. And as you can see, it's fairly easy for the illegal market to compete with the legal market. One aspect of legalization, which is often not discussed, is here that actually when you look at the number of users, these are the dots, and the level of consumptions, which are the graphs, the green bars. What you can see is if people use less than once a month, 1 to 3 times per month, they don't contribute to the overall kind of sales at all. It's people who use at least once a month or daily, which really are responsible for 95% of the market. So what happens is that those who use like 1 to 3 times a month are using substantially less amounts also than those who use daily. Daily users have on average more than double the amount of use than those who use unregularly, experimentally, or whatever you want to call it. And this means that really it's the group of daily users, which is only, I don't know the exact number, but 10 to 20% of the users, they are responsible about for half of the amount of cannabis used. This is also a reason why when you look at mental health and substance use, it's about 69% of the alcohol, 84% of the cocaine, and 68% of the cigarettes are consumed by those who have a mental disorder. Keep in mind that about 40% of the people do have a mental disorder. So the numbers are not as surprising if you know that individuals with mental disorders are probably more likely to be in the high use and daily use group. The same is actually true for cannabis, where 83% of the cannabis consumed by individuals with mental disorders. I talked about the price before, and what you can see is that the price has been coming down, and that we do see a competition between the illicit and licit market. When you see unlicensed price, is now about 75% of what it was in 2015. And the licensed products are more costly than the unlicensed products. So when we look at the recommendations, there were two recommendations which seem to be unrealistic. One is curb demand through pricing. As you're competing with the illicit market, it's very hard for you to compete with pricing. If anything, we see the opposite. We see a competition between the licit and illicit market, and the prices come down. This is not really what you want, but this is what's happening. You can say it's in the interest of the consumer that the product is getting cheaper, but from a public health point of view, this is not what you want. The second is curtail higher risk products and formulations. There has been very little attempt to kind of like regulate something like THC content or the overall high risk product, because that's the products being sought out. And if you don't have them available legally, the people will go to the illegal market. Then there's a recommendation to invest in education and prevention. And we have not seen very much of that. I think that is what you see very often, that this part is discussed at the beginning, but not really established. Enhance access to treatment, expand treatment options. There are some attempts now to expand specifically low-cost interventions such as online support and telephone lines and things like this. So when we go through the argument of legalization, reducing the burden on the criminal justice system, not to the degree expected. Redirect financial gains from illegal profits to tax revenues. Yes, there have been some substantial tax revenues, but again, not to the degree expected. And the estimates were much higher. Protect young people from promotion or enticement to use cannabis. We have not seen much of an increase in young people, so there's also not really kind of that much work being done in prevention. Protect public health through strict product safety and quality requirements. There probably is some improvement in the product safety, but random controls in the legal dispensaries have shown that product labeling is still quite unreliable. Enhance public awareness of the health risks associated with cannabis. If anything, the risk perception has gone down. So there is in economics and trying to change things, the saying culture eats strategy for breakfast. And again, we see that things run different than planned. Not completely derailing, but simply the overall situation is much more complex. And the interest in channeling the revenues into treatment and prevention is limited. Let me summarize. On October 17, 2018, cannabis was legalized in Canada with concurrent market regulation and a public health concept. Consumption and consumption-related problems will probably continue to increase. Implementation of needed healthcare infrastructure has remained quite limited. The transition is slower and more complex than anticipated. Thank you very much for your attention. I leave also my email if you have any questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Hi. Christian, can you hear me?
Yes. There is
Right.
an echo, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm really impressed with this talk. So I have really a couple of questions, and I'd like to know, what is the research doing with all these data? I think there's so many things happening. Is this accompanied by a big research effort, or what is Canada doing about that? I think having an increase of a complete change of an approach, most possibly for lots of research. I have a couple of other questions, but I don't want to overload your memory at the moment.
So I did not really. As I said, there's an echo. So your question was regarding research.
Yeah. What's the research accompaniment? And is research implemented with this change?
Yeah, there is some research implemented, and there is ongoing research. We, for example, did also get some additional funding for research. One thing we wanted to look at is the effect of CBD in substance users, if it's really protective or has any impact, so to say, because there's always discussion that adding or having a better THC CBD ratio will prevent anxiety and psychotic decompensation, and we wanted to look into that. The problem there is that Health Canada is treating cannabis like a medication, and so the companies have to provide information on the specific products you are using, like safety products. So they can sell these products legally in a dispensary, but when I try to do research with it, I'm not allowed to do it because the safety data are missing. So it's a really kind of like weird situation that theoretically I can buy the product and use it without any issues. But if I want to try to test it out to see if it's safe, I cannot use it. There are some products like the product CBD, for example, used for the treatment of epilepsy in children from WP, but they are protecting their products and they are not allowing us to use it for some other studies. And because obviously they have a product on the market, and we know from companies that when you have a product, they are very careful not to have it further tested with the risk of showing up no risks. So that's one situation that Health Canada is really blocking. The other thing is that there were a lot of applications, so there's a lot of delay in research. Health Canada is very administrative, and so I know that people had funding and could not run their studies because after 1 or 2 years they still had not gotten permission to conduct research. So that's a very strange situation in Canada. But you can do assessments, and you can do interviews and epidemiologic study. And there have been ongoing epidemiologic study, and the results are, some of them I've been showing here, that we do see an increase in the use overall. We do see a increase in the healthcare utilization, but it's not a rapid increase, but a slow increase, which is consistent with the increase we had seen before.
Okay, can I have another question? You mentioned that older people restart or start taking cannabis at all. So what's the explanation of that? Why would people, do they replace it with alcohol or replace alcohol with this drug? Or that's one point. And can you hear the question? So the question is, why would people above 40 starting cannabis? Second question is, there's a cognitive effect. So is there an increase in dementia coming up, or is that a possibility? If you have cognitive impairment, which for a large part of your population, there might be an increased risk of social effects, but also of dementia. Can you comment on that?
Sorry, I have really problems because of the strong echo. I think the second one was about dementia, and there is this issue with obviously very clear data. If you use it adolescent during growth, it has an impact on cognition. There's, as I said, today came new data out. The impact on cognition in adults is that there is this testing problem that people have to have substantial abstinence, and there seems to be that the effects are more short term. I don't know of any study looking at dementia. That is an interesting aspect. There are actually mice studying which show the opposite, that they say that cannabis or cannabis products can help against dementia. So I don't think there's anything solid we can say about dementia at the moment. And then I didn't get the first question, sorry.
The first question is, what is the reason that older people start taking cannabis?
Okay. Yes. I don't really know. I think they might be more deterred by this being now, or might be more motivated to use it because it's illegal, because maybe some people at older age were more concerned about the risk associated with using an illegal product. But I don't think that explains all of it. One other thing, which is with illegal products, these big household surveys are relying on self-report. So you might also simply have a change in the self-report. And when you look at also the amounts sold illicit, these are all estimates. So there might also be part of it a correction of false reporting. But again, this is just a personal speculation.
Is there anybody? I don't know. I just haven't the time to check the internet. Is there any questions on the internet? Juan, do you know? If not, I would say a great thank you, Christian, for this talk. I'm really impressed. And maybe we just have a few words about this conference. Do you mind switching on your cameras? I think that'd be nice. At least I don't speak to myself, and people can possibly have a look at the people who have managed to get all this done. So that'd be great. I would like to say this conference has, in my view, been a great achievement. Let's say it that way. It wasn't always easy technically, and we had some problems, and we have to say thank you to Juan. I think we have been setting up the Global Psychiatric Association, and it was an achievement. I think we have started a year ago. We already have an international conference. We have a group on Facebook. We have a website. We have lots of things which are ongoing, and I would like to invite all the speakers and all the other people who have contributed to that to join the Global Psychiatric Association. The reason for having a different organization than before is that there are very few non-national or international organizations looking at all aspects of psychiatry. From our publications, we have seen that, or in global psychiatry, we've seen that some issues like riverbank erosion are things which are not really dealt with by mainstream psychiatry, which is still focusing on psychopharmacotherapy. So I would say we also help people from the developing world listening to talks. We have active listeners from India. So I would say we go on. I'm very grateful, and I think it was a bit of a not easy all the time. Technique is impressive, I must admit, when I started going to conferences, you also had to take a train and then the bus, and then you were happy to see people, which is nice. I think life changes and people don't want to travel that much anymore. So I think the virtual reality is the future. But I think I come from a time when we didn't have mobiles, we didn't have internet on the phone. And I think some people can't see all these achievements. And I think it's really impressive that we can manage to bring psychiatry and ideas of psychiatry just around the world online. And I would like to say a special thanks to Juan, who I can't see at the moment. So, Juan, I think you
Can
have
you see me? I am right here. Yes, I am here. Well,
But anyway,
thank you
I
very
would like
much.
to really say a big, big thank you for making all this possible. I think, Yazia, thanks so much for giving your talks. I was really impressed, and I must say, these last 3 days have been the most intensive learning experience I had. A, with these very exciting speeches, B, managing around here and trying to get the technique sorted, getting the speaker online. So it was a great pleasure, and as we already said, an unforgettable experience. I would like to say that we should move on, and I invite all the listeners and late listeners some people. This is an experience I never had before. We have more people listening to the talks after the event than during the event. So I think we had 150 50 listeners on the first day, and I'm pretty certain if we continue like this, I would say that every of these talks will be seen by at least 1,000 people. But that's something when we put them on the website. So I think even though we have been struggling, I think we have to, had some ups and downs with the technique. So we still see that technique is not perfect, not in all corners, and I've been kicked out sometimes. So thanks so much for Juan, who is still not visible to me. Thanks, Yazir. Thanks, Christian. It was a great pleasure to see you again. And thanks to the people who are seeing us on YouTube. And the contact for this is Global Psychiatry, or you can check on the internet on Global Psychiatric Association. We had the support from Grupo Tech from Juan. And it was also an experience to make new friends from Bangladesh to Colombia at the same time. So thanks so much. And I think Yazia and Christian wanted to say something, and maybe Christian and Juan want to say something. I really, really give a great thank you and really congratulations to all of you having made these things possible. Thanks so much.
I am very grateful to our friends. Our speakers were delightful. They were marvelous. I am very grateful to Professor Christian for closing this event on a really high note. I want to thank all of those who took the time to prepare these marvelous speeches and presentations for us. I excuse myself and in the name of Grupo Tech for the slight technical problems we had in the last day, but I hope these presentations were complied with the expectations of all the audience. And thankfully for the technology involved, we will have these presentations for a long time to last, and we hope you accompany us, the Global Psychiatric Association and Grupo Tech, in future academic endeavors. I am sure we will be able to provide you with many exciting academic events in the future, and to give a voice to those who haven't been able to express their needs and their contexts in today's clinical practice in psychiatry and mental health care. Yasir, do you want to share some words with us?
So I'm very grateful, and special thanks to Juan, Reiner, the two fundamental pillars, and it's a small step but a giant leap for the Global Psychiatric Association, I believe. Yes, over the course of these 3 days and the arranging of the association, the congress, we learned many things. And regarding the conference hot, I would say it's a versatile presentation, and say covers the wide areas that perhaps neglected in many of the high ranked conferences or congresses. I apologize for our inconsistencies and our limitations, and hopefully we will be very careful regarding our mistakes, our drawbacks from this congress. And I request all the follower audience to join in Global Psychiatric Association and the existing members to become more active and enthusiastic, so that we can bring somewhat purely democratic, somewhat different and purely democratic psychiatric association. So thank you very much. Thank you all.
Do you want to, Christian? Do you want to say a word from the speakers, or is there anything you want to add? No, I can't hear you. Right, you have to put the microphone on.
Sorry, yes.
You want to say anything from the side of the speakers? Are you happy that you got an international audience that you got an international audience from the convenience of your home?
Thank you very much for inviting me. And to be honest, I have a real problem to understand when you talk, because there's such an echo that I don't know what I did wrong. Even when I talk, I have a huge echo. So there is, so to say, seem to be more of me than there really is. It's like talking in the chorus.
Okay,
but
Christian. We take the echo and say goodbye, and to use the echo to say goodbye.
Thank you very much for having me, and I think this is a very important meeting to develop, and it has a good course and good trajectory, and I'm pretty sure we'll see you again soon.
Okay, let's use the echo.
We surely hope so.
And I think we finish now. Okay, bye-bye, and thanks a lot.